We're waiting for Saul to come in. He ought to be in another 5 minutes or so. There comes Mr. Brad. When Saul comes in, I will shut my charts down and he will pull his up. And then he'll post the numbers and we'll go from there.
Good morning and welcome aboard. Saul's about to step in. He's going to put up his charts. We're going to work the morning session together. If you need a trading platform, ask. If you're interested in earning a funded trading account, ask in chat. I do send out to everybody, you come in, our welcome message that has a description of what we do here. Please read it. Yazoo, I think you're due to sign up today. So let's do that now. And just give me some feedback that it is done. Hey, Patrick, good morning, welcome. Daily, welcome. Hey, Andrea, welcome back. Hey, Craig, DL, Jeff, Maureen, Philip, everybody, good morning. Saul pops in, give him a big shout out. If you like what we're doing here, tell your friends. If you're coming in through our socials, like us, add us, share us, friend us, heart us. We work with new traders to help them get set up to trade. And we teach them how to trade based on a price action trading methodology. If you're an experienced trader, we help you shed the stuff that's not working and add in what we do here as an opportunity for you. Everything we do is for educational purposes only. Those will be taken as direct trading or investment advice. Make sure you check in with us when you're here. Daily check in, Patrick check in, Yazoo check in. If you don't check in, we think you're a bot. If we think you're a bot, we just exit you from our service. Our fees are nominal, so it should be not a barrier for anybody just to quickly sign up. Saul's levels are a unique opportunity for you to really focus in on this morning's trade. These are the levels he's using for his own trading. He gives them out to everybody as coaching levels. You quickly find out the entry ticket into our world just from the level point of view is worth it. And everything else is just the gravy. Hey, Ash, good morning. Hey, Patrick, thank you. Yazoo, we got to know about you. And Daly, I think you chimed in, didn't you? That's great. No worries. Welcome. So read the chat, the welcome message I sent to everybody that's coming new. That's the offer. That's the opportunity. When you're signing up for this daily coaching webinar. And again, if you have a trading platform, great, put up an S&P 500 E-mini chart. If you don't, ask, and we can help you get set up with charts. If you'd like to work with somebody else's capital, we have that opportunity for you also. We're in the business of helping you get good at trading by working with you on a group-on-one basis or a one-on-one basis, so inquire. Give Saul a big shout out as he comes in and puts up his charts. He's going to give out this morning's levels, so make sure you write them down. Pay attention to them and listen.
Good morning, everyone. Let's give you our levels for this morning. Our pivot this morning is 5707, 5707. Upside resistance 13, 21, 30, 38, 46. Downside support at 56.99, 90, 79, 68, and 58. Pivot 07. Support 56.99, 90, 79, 68, and 58. Upside resistance 13, 21, 30, 38, and 46. All right, welcome to the new folks that are here. We're trading mini S&Ps. We're looking for opportunities to scalp the market based on the levels we just gave out, in addition to any price action trades. On the heels of the announcement by the Fed this afternoon in regards to what they're going to do with interest rates, I think the trade is going to be very, very quiet. I don't think, unless they decide somebody has it's going to take a big position, it's going to create some volatility here. But you know, they had plenty of opportunity the last couple of days to do that. Given that today's volume is going to be very quiet until game hour, which is going to be later on this afternoon. And as we downtick here a little bit, just remember, as far as levels are concerned, technicals, fundamentals outdo the technicals when numbers are released or fundamentals are released. So even though the numbers are there and maybe some levels will work, maybe they won't, but at the end of the day, when there are fundamentals being released to the market, i.e. decision on interest rates or any other number that comes out, those fundamentals are going to trump the technicals. So even though we give you levels, we come down quickly here to our 99 area. 7, okay, there we go. So just in case, even 25 is the, well, it doesn't matter anymore. So we got down here to even, and filled there in our against our 99 area. Trying to get a little bit of a rotation here off of that. So the fundamentals trump any kind of technicals that are going to be released. Obviously, we have a big number later, so it's going to overtake the big decision here. And technicals don't mean anything. So levels don't mean anything when that stuff comes out. So if you're going to trade, and that's why we don't like to trade later on this afternoon when all the stuff is going to be released. And with any level that we give out, you're always going to keep your stop in place, because we're not going to love anything, because you never know when we're going to get some volatility, like in this situation here where we flush down really quick. Just make sure you keep your stop in place. That way you are covered. Down here to 98 there and pop back up. Take some profits off the table if you're trading multiple contracts, and see if we can't get a little bit of a nice rotation here against it. You never know what these markets are doing, and you never know, especially the first bar. There's always some volatility. Some of our traders don't even like to trade the first couple of bars for that reason. But there's a risk reward, like I always say, you know. So, all right. So we're working this level here. Nice little rotation against it. no heat whatsoever. Got filled there at 98 also, and nice little pop back up here. So hopefully we're able to take advantage of this little opportunity, given the fact that I didn't even think we were going to get an opportunity. To be honest with you, so this is a bonus if you did take it. If you didn't take it because it's the first power, I get it. Like I said, some of our traders don't like to trade the first power. A couple of bars actually, because there's added volatility. So obviously the Fed's is on the agenda this morning. Next support level we have is down at 90. Again, all we're trying to do here is take advantage of ebbs and flows of the market. We went down to 99, popped back up to almost 02. Take what the market gives you, be happy with it, look out for our next trade. If you're trying to stay with it, you could do that. You know, depending on your risk tolerance, depending on how many contracts you trade. You're not going to lose any money on the trade if you're going to try to stay long here. We'll push it back into that range that we've had the whole overnight. Again, do it first, have a runner, but you're making money on the trade at the end of the day. It's always important to understand that if you're going to have anything left over, make sure it's not going to, you're not going to lose any money on the trade at the end of the day. All right. Again, if anybody has any questions, all we're trying to do here is scalp the market. We're trying to take advantage of ebbs and flows of the market, find inflection points that create opportunity, buy signals, sell signals, so on and so forth, that create opportunity for us to scalp the market. We're trying to take 2 to 3 points on our trades with normal volatility. Obviously, if you're going to be trading later on this afternoon with the Fed announcement, your stops have to be increased. If you're going to be trading, I highly recommend that because of the volatility that's going to be incurred and the fact that we cannot keep up with the volatility as far as having to compete with computer-generated trades and how fast they're going to be clicking off the screen there. It's behooves us to, capital preservation here is very important for us more than anything else, and that's why we try to stay away from these kind of big announcements and big days like that because it's just not worth the aggravation. And there's always going to be a fallout trade, like tomorrow. It's not like it's they're going to make the announcement and there's not going to be trade tomorrow. There's going to be a lot of volatility. Then people think about it, sleep on it, then they come out with some new reason why they're going to rally or break the market, and so we'll have the we'll have the after effect of any kind of decision that that will be a little bit more orderly tomorrow versus the kind of craziness you're going to see at 1 o'clock Chicago time. Saying that doesn't mean that you don't have to take whatever little small opportunities that we have this morning, given the fact that it's unemployment. I mean, given the fact that they're going to have this announcement later on, like I said, I was surprised that we even haven't had this opportunity this morning. I didn't think we were going to even get any kind of trade. The VIX is down to an 1825. This is kind of a good range for us, I think. Not a bad range as far as what we're concerned. The 1825, 18 high teens is a good number as far as us for traders are concerned. Gets into the 20s and the volatility gets a little bit more. Look, we increase our stops when our volatility increases. And like I said earlier, if you're going to be trading this stuff, you're going to have to put 8 or 10 point stops on those trades, and that's kind of tough to handle. Some people love trading it. My friend Don loves it. I used to love it, and then I realized I would always wait. I'd trade on the floor, and the announcement would become at 1 o'clock, and it'd be very, very slow. There'd be no trade, so we'd go upstairs to the office, kind of hang out, come back at 1 o'clock, trade. Funny how I always lost money after that, and then the day's over like in an hour because the bond market closed at 2. So you waited all day, you lose money. They close it up at 1 in an hour, and you're like, I stayed all day, just to lose money in an hour. Okay. I did that a lot because that's what you do because you think you're like being smart and you keep doing it over and over and over again, right? Because you're supposed to trade, because that's what you do. You're a trader, and you're like, wait, I keep losing money when I come in for this FOMC bullshit, and so I decided, you know what? After a while, you kind of figure it out. You're like, this is really stupid. I could have bought like a small yacht with the money that I lost on these FOMC days that I always waited all day for. That was the kicker. I waited all day for them. And I lose money in an hour. I'm like, eh. Okay, well, that's my story. All right. Yeah, we are just kind of hanging here on these interim lows. We had a nice little rotation there against our first support areas. Now we're just kind of drifting. Like I said, I was very surprised that even having a quick opportunity this morning. But stuff happens. Surprise, surprise, surprise. Nothing wrong with surprises, right? Good surprises anyway are good. Oh, there's my granddaughter here. She should be at school. Okay. Downside support at 90. Upside, probably, I don't know, probably fold back into see our blue band come in there at 6. Pivot there is at 7. If you're interested. Let me let's find out why my granddaughter, she should not be here, but let's see what happens. I'll be right back.
For those that are popping in for the first, second time, and third time at daytradingmarkets.org, our Zoom presence, welcome. I do send you out a welcome message in chat form. Hey, Yazoo, I'm still waiting to hear from you. Use the chat feature to respond. Let us know you're not a bot. Hey, Will, I'm going to send you out a welcome message now. Welcome aboard. If you need a trading platform, let us know. If you have it, great. Put up an S&P 500 E-mini chart. If you're looking for the opportunity to earn a funded trading account, ask. And we can have a conversation about that. But there is a link based on the welcome message. Follow that link. That is our referral link. For those that are joining us through our socials, like us, share us, repost us, friend us, heart us, and then come into daytradingmarkets.org. Give a free access pass to come in. Just put daytradingmarkets.org in a new browser. Register for Zoom. It should drop you right in. Check on a daily basis for your login. And join us trading days. We work with traders on a one-on-one basis, so inquire. We're teaching and mentoring a price action trading methodology. It all starts with key price action trading levels, Sol's coaching levels. Everything we do is for educational purposes only. Nothing to take as direct trading or investment advice. We are in the skill building business for traders. First level of belief here is Sol's levels. So check the action of price vis-a-vis those levels. I think you'll quickly pick up that the concept of better levels equal better trades by being part of this service.
Well, it looks like we're in a hurry to do nothing. Let's see, what's our next level down here at 99? We've already been there. Go look in the chat. Maureen has posted the levels for everyone. But now we're below our pivot. We're waiting.
All right, how you doing there, Don?
I'm doing good.
You
How's that granddaughter?
She actually did. Of course, I knew there's something wrong. She has to take her for a quick X-ray, something. And they were playing around, and she might have did something to her arm or something. So I don't know if she came here first. I knew something was wrong when she when she was
Showed up.
here.
Yeah.
It's like, wait a second, that's not normal. She's, and her mother is here, and the reason that her mom has to go to work, and I'm like, what's going on here? The whole thing was a little like suspicious, but hopefully she's going to be okay. They just have to take some precautionary. But I guess they're going to take her just to make sure she's okay, take some X-rays or something. And of course, she doesn't want to go, and she's, kids are being kids, so see what happens. I'm sure she'll be all right. All right. And not much. So again, we drifted back up. Like I said, if you were very aggressive, maybe you were following the hard green band there. But very, very quiet. Did you survive the storms? Did you have some storms in your area?
They went to the east of us. Louisiana caught the brunt of it. We didn't even get any rain out of it. I was
really.
Yeah.
Wow, you got lucky, I think, because I thought you were right in the thick of it.
Well, I woke up that morning that it was supposed to hit, and about 5:30, and I looked out there, and it was due south of us. I said, "Well, just keep on going, just keep on going. We don't want you."
Right. All right. Oh wow, that's good. All right, down ticking a little. If you can see here, it's very choppy. Not surprising. Be a little bit careful here. Not 90s, our next support level on the downside. We'll see what we want to do from there. And let's see. Since I have you here, Don, I need to give you some dates that I will not be around.
Okay.
Let's see. October 3rd and 4th.
Okay.
Okay. And then I'm going out of town the 28th of October. And I'll be back on, I think, the 12th of November. So October 28th for 2 weeks, I guess.
Okay. October 28th to the 12th of November.
Yeah.
Okay.
Since you're here, I'll give you these. I think that those are right out. Just so the 3rd and the 4th of October. So,
Yep.
And then
28th to the
28th
12th.
till the 12th. Yeah.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
Stick them right up there.
Yeah, put them on your calendar. All right. Let's see here. So again, like I said earlier, the fact that we even got one opportunity this morning was nice. We'll see what day brings. And let's see here. Here's something from Financial Times. It said today we get the highly anticipated Federal Reserve policy announcement on initiating its rate cutting cycle. In addition to what has become a heated 25 versus 50 basis point market discussion, we will get an updated summary of economic projections. It is hoped that, together with Chairman Powell's press conference, this will provide a better indication of the endpoint for rates, the journey, and the expected economic impact. Please note that this week's central bank watch will not conclude today. We also have the Bank of England tomorrow and the Bank of Japan on Friday. We're also going to be probably the Bank of England started cutting rates already. They're one cycle ahead of us. So let's see what becomes of that. So that's going to happen. This is and this again. This is the anticipation of the number and what it's going to mean. It's always like what does this mean? What does the 2% mean? What does it doesn't mean? 50 basis points you know, 25, 50, who knows, what does it mean for the economy? How does the Fed look at it? Cheers can be heard from the investing world as a much anticipated Fed easing cycle finally begins. It's been 4 years since the FOMC last cut rates and 14 months of holding them steady. So today's rate decision, press conference, and policy projections will be a big deal. There's been much debate over how fast the Fed will be moving as the starting gun is fired. So stay tuned for the headline numbers that will be released at 1 o'clock Chicago time. The conversation of soft landing while inflation data has drifted downward towards the Fed's 2% goal. Unemployment has risen faster than expected since the Fed last FOMC decision in July. That has led to worries by the central bank about cooling labor market conditions, which is harder to stop once demand for workers has softened. It's even prompted to talk about a stronger level of rate cuts, but the majority of Wall Street breakfast subscribers, 79%, feel that the 25 basis points will be the reduction versus the 50 basis point reduction. So I'm still looking at 25. I can't imagine doing 50. That, like I said earlier, they never panicked. They always kept doing 25, 25 going on, even though they were talking about inflation being crazy. While the pace of initial cut will be revealed in the upcoming hours, a bigger area of focus will be the federal funds rate range at the end of 2024 next year and in the longer term. The FOMC dot plot for that insight in the last summary of economic projections issued on June 12th. The median federal funds rate projection was 5.1 at the end of 2024 and 4.1 at the end of 25. That's how much it changes from the prior outlooks will be exceptionally important for investors. So that it will be telling you how much they are planning on cutting. This is what it says. While the near-term volatility could persist, a more accessible monetary stance should lead to improved growth and increased liquidity, a highly constructive dynamic for high-quality stocks and other risk assets. Some analysts, corporate earnings remain healthy despite the potential temporary growth slowdown in AI, and other segments could see improving and better than expected earnings in future quarters. All right,
Well, are the bonds anticipating a quarter or half?
well, like I said, the Fed controls the short-term rates.
Yeah.
And we've had a nice rally there in the bond market. 30 years, you can see we're actually coming off it at this point. Yield on the 10s are about 367, which they started off here before all this talk at over 4.25, 475, 450, I think. So they've definitely come down quite a bit. The short-term stuff is definitely the yield curve has re-inverted, so it means that the longer-term stuff is just about almost higher than the short-term stuff. So bond market is definitely telling you that we're going down at least a point, not today, but overall, at least minimally a point. So, and then we'll see what happens with the numbers. Probably take them half a year to do 4 cuts of a point, and we'll see what happens from there. And you'll get some better. And again, the indication that's going to come out of the meeting today is how many cuts are going to kind of predict. That's what everybody's going to be assuming or kind of trying to figure out. So we'll see what happens from there. There's going to be a lot of volatility there. Well, overall picture though is, and it's, the inflation numbers are come down pretty much. So that's under control, maybe. And that's why, but you don't want the economy to go into recession with high interest rates, so you're trying to.
Something happened to your sound.
Somehow, really?
Or something happened to my sound.
Can you guys hear me all right? Can everybody hear me? I didn't touch my headset. My Radio okay? Sound is okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I thought it was fine. Yeah, so yeah, the interest rate thing is going to be interesting. We'll see. As far, I mean, all we care about as far as traders is a little volatility, a little guessing as to how much they're going to cut and what that means to the economy, what that means to stocks, and we need the volatility, right? Um, Remember that traders like markets to go down versus rally markets. We are up here, even though we're up at 57 handle. This is probably a 56 handle if you go back to the subcontract, right? So it's still, we're very healthy. We're just about a point and a half, maybe 2 points off the all-time high. Markets really hasn't, even though we broke last week or week before or whenever it was, we've come right back here and pretty much stayed in this range. That range that we were at, remember 56.10, which equates to 56.75, up to 50.60, which equates to 25 on the upside, 57.25, and we are basically in that same range that we were in for 2 weeks.
We're at 56.38 on the SEP.
Right. So we are admired in that range that we were at for 2 weeks, and we've come back into that range. We kind of drifted. We had a little volatility to the downside, gave us some trade. Now we're back here into this range. So you look at it from that perspective. You know, what was that, about a 4-point move back? You know, if you look at it, it would be like a triangle, right? Highs back to the lows, back to the same highs. Bigger picture, 4 points. Maybe if we break top side, we go up 4 points to the 6,100 area. That would be a target longer term if we decide to go up above 5,800 or something like that. But I'm just talking. I'm not assuming. I'm not making any predictions. That's true.
It's not moving much this morning.
What was that?
I said it's not moving much this morning.
No. I mean, like I said, I was very surprised that we even got something. We are going to be here pretty much all day. I think. Can't imagine they're going to do anything crazy in the market unless somebody gets some crazy idea and takes a big position for the FOMC, or maybe they're gonna get out of a position. Who knows? But being that we got back into this range that we've been at for a while, I don't think anything's going to happen here prior to the release of the decision. Yeah, it's just we're waiting for a big announcement. So we do have. He's talking. The announcement's at 1. Then he has a presser at 1:30. So you get the initial announcement, you get the initial rotation, then he's going to be having a presser, which who knows what he's going to say or do. So you have to be careful with that if you're going to be trading whatsoever. But like I said, if you like sanity,
They had I don't know if there's a misprint in the news from yesterday. There was a Fed guy speaking yesterday.
oh no.
Well, and I didn't think. I thought they had to go silent the week before, or at least a few days before.
Oh yeah, no, they were in their meeting yesterday. There's no way that they were talking. They had their closed door meeting. They had a 2-day meeting.
Well, they must have made a misprint on that in the news.
Yeah, maybe somebody said last week or the week before, because they do have a shutdown period where they don't say anything. But for sure, yesterday they didn't say anything because they were in their meeting all day. So yeah, Yeah.
No, yesterday they had FOMC Logan speaks. I'm going, and I thought that was kind of strange. The day before, that was Tuesday at 9.
No, I can't. Well, maybe no, impossible. Maybe he was talking. Maybe he was talking about the. He wasn't talking about interest rates. I can tell you that much. that was for sure. They're not talking about policy. Maybe they were going to talking about what dessert they were having at their next meeting or something.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I thought usually you don't see anything about a member speaking right close to the announcement.
Right. And they're definitely going to be talking after the announcement.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, this is a little snake. That's funny. The mouse is bite. The snake slithers around, trying to find something with a bite on. There's nothing. We had a little bite actually. We were surprised. I'm surprised. Like I said, I'm surprised we got a trade this morning. But it is what it is, I mean, look, if you're worried about trading, just wait till 1 o'clock and you'll go nuts. My recommendation would be to wait for tomorrow. You can watch it if you want. If you have a simulator on, you want to try to trade that. Microsoft's on, but if you want to trade real money, I would suggest saving that till Tuesday, till Thursday. No reason to. I'm excited about it. We will have opportunity. We will definitely have opportunity going forward. So. All right, we're just stuck in this 5,700. Gonna hang in here. Not unexpected, like I said. I mean, like I told you, I always waited for. I'd hang around and wait. I don't know why I did that so many years. How we were supposed to. Where we're going with the animal. A lot of animals here this morning. I have an analogy to talk. That's the go-to these days. Look at this guy. I should have said that. All right. Well, we're trying to sneak down. Next support level, I don't know if we're going to get anywhere, but next support level is down at 90. Yeah.
Well, you have a choice. It's either the weather or the dog.
Oh, I didn't tell you about this one. My other daughter got a dog. But I will say that this one is quiet and really bark that much. A nice lab, a mix of a lab and something else. Nice, awesome little dog. I mean, he just comes over, hangs out, looks at you. Got him. He's cool. Doesn't bark. Doesn't want food, and doesn't want you to feed him every 2 seconds. And so far, I'm liking this one.
Your kind of dog, huh?
Yeah. Hassle-free. Not a big deal. Doesn't require a lot of attention. The other one, you got to play with them. You got to, if he starts barking, if you don't give him some attention, I'm like, oh gosh, this one, cool. This one's cool. And I'm like, okay, I was the last one to know too about this dog. I don't know why. I was wondering why they didn't tell him. They told everybody else, and they didn't tell me about it. So she sends me a picture. Look at our new addition to the family. I'm like, oh, great. And then I find out everybody else knew about it except me, which is not a surprise. That happens around here all the time.
Well, it's going to be real interesting to see how the two dogs get along.
Right now, they're staying away from each other. Well, we have a big family, so my daughter's afraid to bring him in front of everybody. That she doesn't want to overwhelm him. So, we'll see. It's one thing at a time. I guess get him in front. He does good with babies already, so that's a good thing. He was good with. They had some friends over, and they had a little 2 or 3 year old, and he was hanging with them and being nice to him. And the other one, if he had food in his hand, he'd have snatched it out of his hand right away.
At lunch.
Yeah, I mean his brother is so he was over. We were babysitting for him. He takes his food, and if he doesn't want it, he just throws it on the ground because he knows the dog will eat it. Well, there's no dog here, and he throws the food on the ground when he doesn't want it. I'm like, hey, just put it back. I can't. He doesn't understand, so I can't really talk to him about it. But I go, stop throwing it on the ground. Now I get it why he does it, because at his house, his mother. So sure, go ahead. Stevie will eat it. Don't worry. But here, I got to clean it up. That's the difference. His brother, he throws his food on the floor all the time. I'm like, come on. All right, break in here a little bit. A little support down at 90. Yeah. Got there to 91. Look at that. Wow, another little bonus. I don't expect these traits. I really don't. I was surprised that we even got them. You obviously have to have your trait in place there. That was another little surprise for us. You have to have your 91 in place. It got down to 90.75 there. Pop right back up. For those of you who are on the fence about joining the room, we just paid for your couple months fees, and the fees just go to paying for everything that we have. So everybody's like, I understand. Brad always tells me, they're not, nobody's paying. Well, just tell them here, you just made your money. So if you jump in there, obviously you didn't get 90, so we didn't get down there. But then you scalp around the level, or scale, I should say, around the level. And, you have to have your order in place and a nice little quick rotation with absolutely no heat. I mean, you didn't take minimally 2, 3. I mean, the thing gave you 4 or 5 right away. Didn't even down tick. Hopefully, you were able to jump in, pick up some scraps here before FOMC. Look at that. We can be happy. We don't even have to trade. That's the best part. I'm not trading. Trust me. That stuff's too much for me. I had too many lessons to be learned, and that's why I share my lessons with you.
If I would just learn to listen, that'd be great.
Yeah. So again, we scale around it. I know sometimes if you had 90, obviously you didn't get it. I'm sorry, but we have to just, even if you jump to 2 lots, that way you protect yourself a little bit in case we just do this, because we're not going to be perfect, unfortunately. Sometimes it works out perfectly, and sometimes it doesn't. Obviously, now if you have the 90, that's a lot riskier. So keep that in mind. If you're more risk averse, maybe you take the 89 on the downside, but money on that. Good to go. Yeah, we were talking, and it just flashed down there. I didn't even realize it. And I was thinking, oh my. didn't even think we were going to get down to 90. To be honest with you, it surprised me that we even got filled. All right. Well, nice little surprise.
I keep waiting for it to get back to the 06. It just won't go.
Well, the blue band's there at four and change, so. Yeah, you are very late there, Philip, but have a good one. Just enjoy your day. I'll talk to you in the morning. I know you're not going to be trading that one. See, that's for sure.
I like to come in and sit down and watch it, how fast it moves.
Yeah, that's my problem. I watch it how fast it moves, and I'm like, okay, I don't know, why not take one little dip my toe here, and then I'm dipping a lot of toes, and I'm like, what am I doing?
Usually, you only get to dip it once or twice real quick. Then you got to back off out of it.
That's my problem. You don't back off.
Greed sets in.
It's not, no, it's like trying to get my money back. It's not greed. I wish it was greed. I wish it was greed.
It's usually this big outside bar that wipes everything out. It takes days for it to get above or below it.
Yeah, you get the dominating bar. Yeah. Thanks there, Philip. I appreciate it. Hopefully she's okay. She wasn't, I mean, it was a little swollen, but of course she didn't want to go, but, you know. Hopefully she'll be all right. But it's just precaution that she has, especially young kids. You just never know with growth plates. All right. Well, range bound here, as you can see. Back into that range, so we were at. For that little break down there to 91 and change.
It looks like they're trying to drive everybody short so they can yank it up.
Yeah, or the other flip side to that is that everybody's long and they're trying to get out before the number, so it takes some profits.
Yeah. Are you showing on your dome that they're probably running? You have to get up at least 6-8 levels before they get into the hundreds.
I just got 200 at
99. Yeah.
We had a lot of trades going on that you don't even see.
Yeah. I think it ought to be mandatory. They have to post everything.
Well, yeah. Nah. Guess who decided on that one that they didn't want to do that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
People that aren't losing money.
Yeah, like the big exchange, the big brokerage houses. They decided, no, it's not. I don't want to show my hand, so we're not going to do it that way. But like I said, what they do is they have a computer program. They want to sell like 1,000 it's at 95. They show you can only show 100 at a time, and they get filled. They throw in another 100. The computer screen does it so quickly you don't even see it, and so they keep putting in another 100, another 100. It trades that number, and you're thinking, okay, they took it out, and then all of a sudden you don't even see it happening because they tell the computer, all right, you just show 100, but sell me 1,000. They used to do that on the floor, by the way. You stand next to a broker, and the broker gets an order, and he says, the order comes in, and it says, sell me 1,000, but only show 200 at a time. So that kind of screws the local because I knew if I'm standing next to the broker, I can hear that. So I'm not going to take it. I'm not going to take the first 200 or 300. I'm going to wait for the last 1,000 of it, and even then, you don't even want to take it because everybody's long around the pit, right?
Yeah.
And you're like, well, if they all decide to start selling it all at one time, you're screwed. So, but it's a tough position to be in when you're standing next to the broker, and the broker gets the order and he says sell 1,000, but only show 200 at a time. And you see all the other locals who are around the pit taking him out. I'll buy 100. I'll buy 100. I'll buy 100. I'll buy 100. But he keeps coming back with, sell another 200. Sell another 200. And at some point, they're all like, oh, screwed. I screwed here. So then what do you do? So then you're like, well, okay, now what do I do? So you're in a tough position from trading aspect. What do? Do you buy the last 200, or do you, because now everybody has them, and he finally is stopping, and does that mean it's finally going to go up? Who knows? Who knows? So those are the things that I had to consider when I'm standing next to the broker, and he says, "Sell me 1,000, but only show 200 at a time." I'm like, "Okay, I'm putting my hands down here. I'm not going to touch this one for a while."
So not only did you have to watch the big brokers, but you had to watch people standing next to him, see what they were doing.
Right. I mean, yeah. But also obviously he was a big broker also. So I stood next to the Goldman broker, which I think I told you the story. We started trading on the electronic screen for a while. At the same time, we were trading on the floor, and you could see the bids and the offers on the screen. And I also had a clerk that had a computer, and that if I told him, sell 25 or 50 on the screen, he would do it for me. Because sometimes the bids and I basically arbitrage between what the prices on the screen were electronics and what the floor was giving us. So there was like 300 offered. 300 offered at a price, and that the broker comes in and he quietly goes to me. He goes, "I'll buy 100 from you," and I can see the 300 on the screen that was offered. So I'm like, "Oh, okay, I can sell 100. If I needed to buy 100 on the screen, I could because there was 300." And then all of a sudden, the 300 is gone. It goes bid, and then the broker goes. He starts bidding for another 100. I'm like, I look at the broker. I knew the desk took out the other 300. And Goldman, I go, what are you doing? I go. He goes, what? I needed to buy 500, and so I bought the first 100 from you, and I bought 300 on the screen, and now I'm still trying to buy another, and you just screwed me. It's all right. You just screwed me. If you wanted to buy the 500, just buy it on the screen. Why get me involved in this scenario? And that was one of the last times I started trading on the floor because they're picking the broker, the local people, the traders on the floor off by having you stand there, do the first 100 lot. He needed to buy 500. He buys the rest of it on the screen, and then he comes in for another 100. And now I'm stuck. I can't do anything because I can't buy him anymore. I can't scratch him anymore. I either take my loss or, and there's nothing going on, so that was even worse. And so that was it. I lost 2 ticks on the 100 lot. And I said, that was it. That was my last trade. That's my last trade on the floor. after he did that to me, and he didn't even flinch. He's like, sorry. I thought he was my friend. Kidding. That was the hard part about the trading on the floor, having friends, because if you think about it, everybody there is making money, right? So if I have to make money from the guy standing next to me. So it was hard to be friends because obviously, you want him to screw up so you can make money, and sometimes you get some bad feelings when he's down and he has to get out, and when he gets out, he's probably you know panicking, and obviously when you panic and you're trading, you're always going to get out at the wrong time, and I take it from him or vice versa. And so he feels he's going to be bummed at me because he sold me to low and I made money on it and he lost money, and so it's hard to have friends who are standing next to you on the floor pit. Most of my friends actually from the exchange were trading in other pits, so I didn't have to deal with that. But that was the one thing that was difficult about having friendships when you're standing on the floor trading. You didn't really, it was tough. I mean, I can't blame anybody, So this just was a very tough way to deal with having friends when you're standing next to somebody and they're having a bad day and you're taking all his trades and he's getting out and you're making money on his bad trades and he's losing money and you're like, okay, that's not good. I mean, I didn't do it often. It's just all it needs to do is happen one time. And most of the time, I don't know what he's doing or she's doing. I didn't know, but sometimes it happens, and you're like, you say sorry, but what are you gonna do? You give him your money back? No.
Yeah.
So that was the hard part about having friends on the floor.
Could y'all see all the orders?
No, we did not see all the orders.
Okay. I mean, when somebody come in, were you able to see what was on the boards?
First of all, there was no boards.
Oh, okay.
The only thing that was on the boards were prices.
Yeah.
The orders, the bids, and the people standing next to you would create the volume. So we would standing next to somebody, the broker. If there was an order, the broker wanted to buy 50. He either puts it on the market and says, I want to buy 50. And somebody would say sold it. And so, or he'd tap me on the shoulder and say, I'll buy 50 from you or whatever. And technically you're supposed to put it loudly in the market, but sometimes, when there's so many orders coming in, you're just like tapping the person next to you and you put the trade on. And so the thing is, when you're trading, when you're standing on the floor, you have to see what the brokers were doing next to the bigger players. And then you get some idea of what was going on. You have to be very keen as to watching the other person, because if they start buying stuff on the other side of the floor and then they start buying stuff on your side of the floor, I mean, something's up. Maybe, you don't want to be long or you don't want to be short. So you have to be a little bit mindful of that and kind of watch what was going on around you versus, there was no bids. Nobody told you how much they traded, just to give you an example, one of the bigger traders on the floor, this was it was either unemployment or some big number that was out released. Anyway, it was a busy day, and we were trading. I mean, I wasn't a big trader, not a big trader. The guys who traded 10, 100 times the size that I traded. Anyway, so you go to. So there was a very busy day, and my clerk was swamped, and I had an order. I traded with one of the bigger traders on the floor, and she couldn't get to him because there were so many other trade checkers checking the order around that were waiting in line to check with the trade checkers, his trade checkers. That she comes up to me and she says, "Hey, I can't get this 50 lot checked with this the trader." So I take I go, let me go over there. Usually, if the trade checker has to stand in line, but if the if the trader goes to trade with the trade checker, they'll usually give me a little bit more attention. Besides that, I knew the guy, I knew his trade checker, so he saw me. He goes, "What do you got?" And I tell him, I did this. I'm just checking this 50 lot with you. And I look at his cards. All he has is 100, 150, 100, 500, 300, 400, 500, 50 here and there. And those are his buys on one side. No prices. Just that's a huge. That's just on one card. I mean, it's like 1,000 contracts on one card that he traded. He didn't have a price on there, nothing. It's just one side. I mean, it's like you just don't even realize the magnitude. That is just so big. That's trading so big. And you don't realize it because you're standing on the other side of the floor. You don't see what he's doing. He's standing next to a broker, and the broker just I'll buy 300, 400, 300. I mean, it's all he has written down. Is 300, 400, 300, 400. I'm like, whoa. You know, that's.
Well, let me ask you.
That stuff.
Let me ask you this: how do you equate coming off the floor onto the screen? Did it take you some time to figure it out?
Oh yeah. I mean, the beginning. I was trying to trade it like I was trading on the floor. That doesn't work, and I lost money, and debated. What am I going to do here? How am I going to? I had to like completely. It's like going from a roller coaster to a merry-go-round. Okay, you want me to equate something? It's literally going from a roller coaster where you're going up and down and roll over, and then you go on a merry-go-round, nice and slow, and obviously even on the screen when it gets busy here, yeah, it starts moving really fast, and I appreciate that, right? But I also have my stops in place, so I'm not gonna get like run over. Or sometimes if I don't have my stop in place, then I get run over. Then it's kind of stupid of me. But I realized that I had to completely change what I was doing. I had to wait and pick my spots, which I never did before. Never. I mean, I always had a position on, whether it was long or short, or it didn't matter, because I would be standing next to a broker, and the broker would just say, buy 50, 20, and whatever. And so I would have like a running total of my position with my clerk. I would like count my buys and my sells and put a number on top, and we'd have to correlate that same number so she knows what position I'm at. Once in a while, our numbers are off. We have to figure out how I miscounted, how she miscounted. But we're usually on the same page 95% of the time. Of course, that 5% of the time screws you, but that's another story. But when we count them, we have the wrong position. Always goes against you.
When you're on the floor, you're allowed to be short and long at the same time with different buys and sells.
No. Here's the thing. I'd be like, let's say I sell a 20 lot, and then when I'm covering them, I'm going to buy 5. I'm going to buy 3. I'm going to buy 4. I'm going to buy 6. I'm going to buy 7. Right. So I count up all of those. I was short 20. I count up all my buys after I'm covering my shorts, and I bought 22 instead of 20, and my 20. So now I'm long 2.
Yeah.
I didn't want to be long 2, but I went from being short 20 to being long 2, and now So whether I wanted to be long 2 or not is irrelevant. I just ended up buying 20. I didn't count when I was buying them all. So somebody sold me a 7 lot that screwed me over. 5, 7, 10, 4. Sometimes when you're just buying them from people around you, you're not thinking they only wanted to sell you 4 or 5 or this and that. So, something you got odd numbers, so you have to count it up. And so now I'm, instead of being short 20, I'm long 2. So now you have to, how do I get out of the 2, or do I, get another? Do I get short more 20s, or do I buy 20 more? So you always have a running position on.
Yeah.
Doesn't really mean that you want it to be long or short. It just that moment. I sold 20 because the broker, or I got a trade to sell 20, or somebody. That was my position, to be short 20, and then I bought 22, and now I'm like, okay, now I'm long 2. So that kind of went on all day, So, unintentionally, intentionally, I don't know, but that was kind of how I was trading. And at the end of the day,
Yeah.
make a little bit of money, or and then you get flat. And at some point, I'm going to sell the 2 lot that I was long, and I'll be flat. And then I give it to my clerk. She tells me I'm flat. Okay, good. Now I can start over again. So do I start being long or short? I don't know. It depends on what happens on the floor at that moment. So yeah, it is totally on it. I mean, I'm not really planning. I'm not trying to be long or short at the same time. It just happens that when I count, I went from being short 20 to being long 2. It just happened. And then you have the out trade. The out trade is like the worst thing that could ever happen. An out trade is when somebody makes a trade with you. You bought. Now you remember, there's 600 people on the floor in the pit. You're trading with somebody from 30, 40 feet away. Most of the time, you know who they are. Most of the time, he calls your name. Most of the time, you understand his hand signal, and you put it in there. And most of the time, they have a clerk, and they go to my clerk, and they check, and it's all right. Sometimes if you trade with somebody who doesn't have a clerk and he thought he traded with me, maybe he was trading with the guy next to me and I thought it was me, and I put down he traded with me, and then my clerk goes to him and checks the trade, and he goes, "Oh, I didn't trade with Saul. I traded with the guy behind Saul." So I'm like, "Oh, great. So now I have an out trade, right?" I put the trade with this X guy, and he's trading with the Y guy, and so I go, listen, we have a problem. Usually that problem is resolved by the time my clerk goes and checks with him and comes back. Sometimes it's not resolved till the next day. At that point, you have to, if this trader, traded with the guy above me, and I put his name down, and he doesn't have a clerk, and my clerk tried to find him, and he wasn't there, and I left the trade in because I thought it was. He comes in the morning and says, I didn't trade with you." Well, I remember, or I don't remember. I said, "Okay, well, we have an out trade." And so if I bought them from him, now I have to sell them to get out of the trade. So if I bought them from him, I'm long 2 contracts. No matter what no matter where the market opens up the next day, I'm long 2 contracts from that position, that person where I said I thought I bought 2 lots from him.
Did you ever benefit when it opened up?
99% of the time, they were losers. How's that?
Yeah. There you go.
Okay.
That's my kind of record.
99% of the time, an out trade was a freaking loser. I hardly remember an out trade being a winner. I just can't even imagine. It's not even feasible to me that an out trade was a winner. This never happens. Don't ask me why. I mean, you would figure that the odds would kind of be 50-50, Nope. Not happening. It was never 50-50. I don't know why. I have no idea how that happens, but it never worked out that way. Never worked out that it was that once in a while I get a winning out trade.
I can see where that would sour you on those kind of trades.
Well, not only that, but it starts off. You get there, you don't even start trading yet, and you're already starting down because you have to. You see you see that you're long from, let's say, 5,700, and the market opens up at 56.90. Right, you're already down 10 points on the trade, and you have to cover them when the market opens up. I mean, some people didn't, but I mean, but you're long from that position, from that spot. So what happens is, on an out trade, let's say I sell them and I lose 10 points on it. Just to give you the same example as S&Ps, if I lose 10 points on it, technically what's supposed to happen, he's supposed to share it with me. So I'd lose 10 points on it, and he has to give me, a check for 5 points because it's an out trade. Because we had, obviously, it was unintentional. I didn't put his name down on. I thought he traded with me, and my clerk, I don't know. Usually my clerk was good, and we picked those up, before the end of the day, obviously, and kind of figure things out that way. That was what she was there for. She was very good. I mean, I would trade a lot, and she did a lot of my stuff, and she handled it pretty good considering.
I don't think
Yeah.
I'd want to be a clerk. That
Oh
sounds
yeah,
like a tough job.
yeah. Well, especially when it was really really busy, and like I give her a card, and I have like 7 or 8 buys on there. I don't have a price, and I don't have a person. I just have the quantity of the people, a number of contracts I bought. She looks at me. She goes, "What am I supposed to do with this?" It's like, okay. And literally, I gave her a card a couple of times where I just had 5, 7, 8, 6, 4. Those are all buys, no names, no prices.
What do you do in a case like that?
They usually come to her, and she fills it in. Oh, you're the 5 lot, okay. Oh, you're the
Okay.
7 lot, okay. She'll come to me if somebody doesn't have it. Then she'll look at me. She goes, "This one is not coming back," and then I have to think about. Then I'll come back and start thinking about it. You know, who did I trade with at that moment in time? Why did I, you know, you try to recollect the situation. Most of the time, though, 95% of the time, they do come to you. You know, they go check with her. But she was not happy when that happened. It happened a couple times. Like, sorry. So then I decided I was going to put my price in there too. So I just put the initial price because I bought them all at the same price. So I put the quantity and the price, and I just gave it to her. Just, you figure it out because I had like 3, 4 cards like that all at the same time. Things were really going crazy. I couldn't write fast enough. It happens. It was nice, good old days.
The good old days.
Good old days where I had her yell at me. And the best part was when I don't never ask for my profit and loss P&L during when I'm trading. Okay, because you want to just go in there and you want to not think about it because every time you start thinking about money, it's just a different trade. So I never asked her, but she knew if I was up like 150 or 200 ticks, then she would give me my P&Ls, basically telling me, all right, you better get out. She'd be pissed if the only time she ever gave me my profit and my P&L was when she knew I was up enough money and she'd give it to me. She was, okay, what are we waiting for? No, she's not a trader. She wouldn't. He didn't have that. She didn't have that. She actually is. She's got her own business doing some other kind of business. I forgot what she's into right now. But yeah, it was a long time ago. No, there are a lot of traders, a lot of clerks who did not become traders. Listen, it was you have to remember it was a business. I mean, the place was bustling. You had 600 traders. Not every trader had a clerk, and a lot of traders had a clerk had 3 or 4 smaller traders because at some point you need somebody to check your stuff for you, even if you're a small trader. So they shared a clerk, and so everybody. It was a job. I mean, it was people. It's a shame the industry because computers came into place, and it's happening with other industries too. Where people are. The whole industry is there was a whole industry there of traders and trade checkers and people who input the trades because you get the cards, you trade to check the trades, and they go and put them with the brokerage house. The whole synergy of individuals and a whole system that was not there anymore. It's kind of sad because that was what I was doing. I was in the middle of it all, and it's not there anymore. And I'm here with you now. Like I said, go from a roller coaster to a merry-go-round. Had to make that adjustment. That was very hard. Well, keeping you busy with stories here today. All right. Finally, my cough is going away. That I wasn't feeling good. Like on Sunday was really bad. I had something, but my cough is not coughing as much. So that's good. And my granddaughter's all right. She's a adorable little thing. I'm sure she'll be all right. So I'm glad that she went to get checked. But I knew something was up when she's just upstairs. I'm like, what? There's no way she should be upstairs at this time of day. All right. All right. It's trying to get a little bit bullish here. If we hold, I don't know, I guess if we hold the 5 area, maybe uptick here a little bit, turn a little bit bullish. We'll see. So FOMC at 1 o'clock, the Fed depressor at 1:30. And I would say if you're going to do anything at that moment in time, if you're going to be around your computer, put it on simulator mode. Definitely don't need to do it live trading because it's going to. We cannot compete with those computer generated trades that are going to be happening. I found that out early too. One time I put on a trade when I first started trading, and I literally, it was just a one lot. I put a one lot on, and I didn't even like blink an eye, and it was a $500 loser, like like that. Like, whoa, that was perfect. This is perfect timing. You couldn't. So at that point, I'm like, okay, well, this is ridiculous. How can I keep? You can't keep up with that. Okay, I would have taken like $100 loss, 200, $300, but it was a $500 loss. Period. It didn't even give me a chance. And at that point, I realized, okay, this is not worth trying to trade this when these computers take over. I mean, they just, they're just way too quick for us. You know, it happens. That's when you learn and you're like, okay, it's okay. I gotta stop doing that.
Normally I
What's
would
that?
have done. I said normally this trade would have already hit 2 or 3 times and I'd have been gone.
Yeah,
Fed day, it just goes sideways.
yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and not only that, they're really going to go sideways. They don't. They don't hold and rally a little bit here. They're really going to go sideways.
Yeah. And we should have done hit that 06, that 09.
I know. So you can leave.
Yeah.
You are definitely. Like I said, we have all kinds of traders here. Doesn't mean that everybody has to do it my way. You have to find your way that makes you comfortable. But you can add some of the stuff that we teach and add it to your repertoire of trades, setups, but trade what makes you comfortable. Say that more always. because that's what makes you comfortable. You can trade better that way. Yeah, yeah, there was when we. It was an experience to be on the floor, to watch the yelling and the screaming and the trading. I always, when I brought people on the floor and toured them around, I always told them it was controlled madness. Especially when they would walk in there and it's a busy day and literally people are being thrown out of the, they're getting pushed and shoved. One of my first days that I started trading, it was like on a busy day. I don't know. It was unemployment. I was so scared to walk onto the floor, into the pit. People were literally being pushed and shoved, and people are falling off the floor. I mean, I'm like, what am I doing here? I was like, what's happening? I'm supposed to go in there? Yeah, it was the worst day for me to go in. I don't know what was. I don't remember what it was like that. All I know is it was some number, and people were yelling and screaming like crazy. I didn't even know how to like open my mouth. I tried. I didn't know what I was saying. I didn't know. You know, you have to. There's a special lingo. You know, if you want to buy and sell, there's a special way of saying it. You just don't go in there and say I want to buy. It's just you have to put the price first. You have to put the price first. Rebid 20, like 50. Giving you an S&P 57, 90. It was 97 bid for 5. That's what you have to say if you want to buy it. 97 price. If you want to sell it, you want to sell 5 lot at 97. So you had to, if you wanted to buy something, you had to put the price first and the quantity second. And if you wanted to, excuse me, excuse me, if you wanted to sell something, excuse me, second here. All right, we're back. We're okay. If you wanted to sell something, you had to put the quantity first. And I had that I had it written down, B for buy, then I had to put down P for price, and then quantity Q, and I had it written down on my card. So I had to think about it. Well, you can't think about it if you're trading. You know, if things are moving like a roller coaster. If I start thinking about it, I already missed the boat, literally. And that's what happened. That's what happened a couple of times. I was like, what? I'm looking at it. Okay, I want to buy it here. So how do I do this? I want to say, okay, I look at my piece of paper, my cheat note. Okay, bid. I want to bid. I want to price first. The 2 bid for 1. And then everybody hits me because I just totally said the wrong thing. You know, when everybody says sold to you, that you just messed up. You know, you're standing around, everybody's standing there waiting to pick off the new guy. And as soon as I open up my mouth, 10 people say sold to me. I'm like, okay, I think I did the wrong thing. And so I was always, every time a new person came onto the floor or stood next to me, I was always like trying to help them out as much as I can, because I remember my first experience and it was scary as hell. So every time there was a new person that came onto the floor, I was always like trying to help them out, trying to explain things to them. And I wasn't trying to be their friend, but I was just trying to help them out because, like I said, it's hard to be friends, to have friends on the floor. But I was just trying to help them out because I remember my first day there. My first week I was exhausted. I was my first couple of days I was spent. I was like, oh my god, what am I doing? It was tough. Yeah. You start listening to, you can hear stuff from like if somebody's bidding and offering across the bid, you can hear it. You don't have to look at it. And when he gets taken out or she gets taken out from the bid or the offer, something's up. Then you can maybe pay attention a little bit more. You become more aware of stuff around you than anything else. Okay. All right. Well, we are absolutely range bound here, but we did have a couple little opportunities. So, those- yeah, when they got pushed out, yeah, you had to be, those steps there. That definitely you have to be a little bit, there were steps up, on the floor there. Yeah, if you got pushed around, a bad step, you could definitely hurt yourself. They did have medics there. They did have like a medical area there for people. I mean, yeah, so people did have, you know, serious stuff too. But anyway, yeah. So you have to be very careful there. Yeah, I guess I got lucky. I didn't really get hurt there that much. Just I lost my voice, obviously. Yeah, there was a rail that I stood next to the rail, and I'm a bigger guy, so I just kind of use my body to give me some space. But when people are shoving and pushing you, yeah, it is. My size did help. I will say that I stood next to a girl, and she was all 4'11", maybe. That's pushing it, and maybe not even 100 pounds. And she was trading. She was a good trader, but she was so small, and I felt so bad because I like everybody would be scrunched in, and this was when we first went to, when we first got to the new floor at the time, and we started getting everybody wanted a spot, and they put her next to me, and I'm like, oh my goodness, and I felt really bad for her that I was like trying to like not crush her because she was standing right next to me, and people were just it was like crazy stuff at the time. But things calmed down. People accepted what was going on instead of trying to. You had to fight for position. Everybody wanted to stand next to the broker. And there were like levels and steps, right? So the brokers would be on the top step. The bigger traders would stand next to them. The next bigger traders would stand beneath them, and so on and so forth, right? So we try to get to the second step, stop step, depending on how busy it is. At the time I was on the second step, and just pushing and shoving, brutal. It was brutal. All right. Let's wait and see what happens. Again, I would highly suggest that you wait till tomorrow to trade. Watch the inspiring trade at 1 o'clock and 1:30. See what happens. It'll be all over the place. I would not be surprised if we just. I'm not gonna say. I wouldn't be surprised if we open up here the same place we opened up today. Yesterday, 5,700. Let's see. Let's see where we kind of open up around tomorrow. See what happens. It could be all over the place though. And it's just it's gonna be trade tomorrow. There's no reason to get all excited. If you want to watch a trade, I would suggest watch a trade, but be careful if you're going to trade it at all. So, all right. If anybody has any questions, feel free to ask in the chat. Remember the levels, fundamental trump levels or technicals. So I give you levels; those are technicals. When you have fundamental news like FOMC later with the interest rate situation, that's going to trump the technicals. So if to understand that the levels don't mean anything when fundamentals, especially like you know this comes out. So even though we have levels, they don't mean nothing, especially if this thing everybody's going to be trying to figure out what's what with this numbers, what they're going to do. So I would say just be careful if you're going to use levels because they don't mean anything when you have to deal with what's coming out later. All right. Hope everybody had a good day. Tried to make a little bit of money. Got lucky here a couple times. And we'll talk to everybody in the morning. Be careful if you're going to trade later.